Ayo. I have the ice cube all covered up with this screen. Just because this is what the ice cube's looking like right now. I have half the coolant drained out of her. So that whole left side of the ice cube is all drained. And I have that's because of course I took out the water cooled card. Now here I have this 3090 FTW3 Ultra. There she is. With ugly ass fans on it. So I'm going to be ripping these fans off and water blocking it. Let's hope I don't have to solder anything because I'm the worst solderer probably in the world. Alright, let me move this back. We don't need to look at the ice cube. Alright, and I'm gonna get some I don't have stream avatars up because Mel is still streaming. And if I go into stream avatars, it's gonna mess up. Because we both have stream avatars for our stream. There we go. Here's Mel. I wish I could get that going with that graphic. Boy, this thing is like crazy showing me shield mode, which I want nothing to do with. Uh, Mel got her name fixed. Welcome, Mel and Camp. I'm not going to ask you what you did in your stream because I was in your stream. Let me straighten this camera. There we go. Ooh, you know, I have my that giant magnifying glass thing I could use.
Did my raid work?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to make sure it worked. Fresh stream off.
Yeah, I see Elucivision and it just says you rated.
Okay, and my mic would not unmute at the end there. If something happened, I guess with Voice Beater Banana, and my mic completely stopped working. Because my mic does not work at all right now.
Well, you're blaming Voice Meter Banana, but that's the only way we get to play cool music and not get bitched at. Right. Yeah, Ghostly Orb. You know, right over here. Let me where is that? Ghost Hunt. Let's make that a little bigger. Let's make that bigger, and I'm going to pop it down. Since I don't have avatars up right now. So that's a ghost hunt stream that I would like to do with Shadowy Vader here. And we'd like to do, we want to do, I'd like to do Boot Hill and Tombstone. No capping. How about uncapping? What are you capping exactly? A pen or? All right. I see myself up now through the raid. That's funny. Usually it doesn't let me see myself this way. But through a raid it did. That's pretty damn cool. Bottle cap. Okay, you're bottle capping. You're not gonna bottle cap? You're not putting bottle caps on the bottom of your shoes? I'm streaming. I wish I could show that picture. Shadowy Vader keeps showing me a picture of some goofy guy with a bracelet and then a wire and a clip to a piece of metal. I don't know if they did that back in the day. I heard they did. The poor folk, I guess. They put bottle caps on the bottom of their shoes and tap dance. So here's this ugly thing. And we're going to look at a video. Look at a video together of let's look at a video of let me get rid of this thing. Since I resized the window. Hang on. The surround. All right, let's see my screen here. If I could. Oh, I don't have it set up for this computer, huh? Yeah, I have to add it. Let's see. Screen capture. I'm on the what do you call it? Laptop now. Streaming, obviously. And Wingnut, Ringnut, Ragnar, and Twisted Reaper helped me get it set up, so there's no like lag or any of that crap. All right, let's get this screen showing. I don't know I don't know. I haven't noticed the difference with let's see I should do that screen up there, huh? No, I don't want that. I want uh let me go up here. I want that screen. It says screen 1 and screen 2. Isn't that dopey? Here we go, screen 2. All right. Let's see what size they got. Because I don't like that size. Or do I? Maybe I do like this size. All right. So let's bring up I keep going for the keyboard that's usually there and it's not now. Let's see, 39 or EVGA. Holy crap. Look at that video. I bet it's fake. Wind shear sends plane into nosedive. 3090 Ti. FTW3 Ultra. How to? I was supposed to look at this already, but I didn't. I wonder if there's even a video. EK, no, I'm not doing the EK. By the way, Shadow, I bid on that 3090 hydro copper, or I offered up, and I got no answer. UGA 3090 EK water block with active back plate install. Bixie, I got the Bixie water block 3090. Does this guy show how to do it? How long is this video? I'm not seeing. 23 minutes. That sounds like it should be it.
Hello, this is J-Rod. This is my channel, all the above. Please enjoy. Thank you. Alright, it's official. We got the new Visky water block. We are basically going to do an open box for the 3090 EVGA for the win.
That's pretty much what I'm doing.
So we will break it down, show all the parts that are listed and in the box, and then we will do a tutorial and go through how to install the Visky 3090 EVG for the Win 3 water block.
Hey, Reaper. Thanks yesterday for that
Now,
help getting this. I'm streaming right now on the laptop, and it's way better.
Some that comes out of China ain't the greatest. So basically, you know, we do it ourselves. We go through it. We make sure that we cover every end to make sure that this water block is fully installed correctly. We do our research. We make sure that the block has contact with the thermal pads. I know on this block it's a little different than
Shadow, this guy sounds like your type of guy.
it's already ready to go.
He's a
This
goon.
one's not the case. So when you're installing this one, you got to double check. You got to make sure that it's having contact with these blocks, or it won't cool your GPU down.
Yeah.
So the best scenario I've come with is you cannot use the thermal pad that this block comes with.
Oh.
1 millimeter was the best size that I've used on this block in order to get full contact with my thermal pad in my block. Now, add some putty to that, thermal putty, and it'll allow you to see the contact. So you can put your pads down, your 1 millimeter down on your block, and then put a little bit of putty on the top of those, and then you can push your block down on the GPU, and then you could see the contact that it gives you in each area where it's needed. This so far has been the best solution that I've found with this block.
So, do I have to get thermal pads
and again,
now?
we're doing this together, so if somebody has a better solution in order to get full contact on this,
I don't know where my phone went.
leave it down in the comments. I mean, that's what we're doing here. I mean, basically, that's what this is for. This is basically, we're doing this together. And if there's a better avenue
Together
to
forever.
get this GPU and this block to have 100% contact with no issues, you know, we learn,
That thing is heavy.
we improve, we get better temperatures. That's the name of the game here. We want low temperatures. Not only do we want low temperatures for the GPU and the memory, we also want low temperatures for the VRAM. Because if everybody knows, this is kind of the reason, the main seller of why we get the Bi-Ski. It's because it's a dual block, and it allows us to cool down our VRAM, which is
Out
really
in.
great. I mean, this is it. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what we want, because the 3080s and the 3090s, the GPU itself doesn't get
The heck is
that
that?
hot. When you're ramping up this GPU and you're mining, that's what I use it for, or studio editing, that VRAM gets entirely too hot.
The heck is that on there?
Your thermal problem.
Plastic?
That's what we're trying to avoid here by adding the water to the block. I've looked in 4 EVGA for the Win 3 Ultra 3090. There ain't a lot of active backplates.
Already I'm not going to be able to do it because I don't have a 1 millimeter thermal pad. I have what came with it.
It's the best. Bi-Ski's the best. I mean, you're paying a fraction of what you're going to pay buying it the other way. Now, yeah, I know that it's kind of went up a little bit in cost, but in the same
Oh,
sense,
he's got it apart already. See, I wanted to see it, how he takes it apart.
Bi-Ski
Damn
wins.
it.
We'll leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that.
Let's get started on
If you don't agree, I'll
So
fucking...
the first thing you're going to do is 1 millimeter. That's what I'm using. And I've tried it the other way. And I'm telling you, the 1.5 or the 1.8, I think they give you, according to the instructions, will not work. It's too much of a thermal pad. Do not get contact using it.
Well, that doesn't make sense. I would think you would not get contact using a thinner pad. Let me see. I have a, where do I put it? A measurer. I just took it out of that thing. There it is. I have this. Let me get the pad. Hey, Mel. All right. Here's the thermal pads we got. Let me measure it. Ooh, feels fun to play with. Let's measure how thick these are. If I could get them out. They're stuck to the wrapper. They're kind of like that tack you stick on the wall to put up a poster. I bet that's probably what it is. Man, I can't even get these out of the freaking package. They're sticky, obviously. I don't want to rip the bag if I'm not going to use these. I want to measure them. They should have come with like something wrapped on them, so they don't stick. Should we get music going? I can't get these out.
Alright, let's see. Here's your phone.
I was wondering where it was. Who called me? You. Oh, that one.
Alright. Are you gonna get music going or what?
Did I?
Yeah. That's really quiet.
Yeah, that picture you sent, Shadow, is that's the girl that's humongous and thousands of people watch her. They love her humongousness. I think the battery died.
Battery died on what?
This
What is this?
thing.
That measurer?
Must have been left on. A LR44 it looks like.
They did not
Yep.
pack this well.
Yeah.
We need like long tweezers. Where the long tweezers are? I know we have a pair of long tweezers somewhere.
Probably in the toolbox. There's a LR44.
There you go. I got it. Oh, look, this side has a little bit of a plastic piece to get so you can pull it out. So this is the side that was stuck. You're supposed to have it on both sides, but they didn't package it right. Look.
Where'd the cover go?
I don't know. Right here.
Oh, I see it.
Right.
There we go.
You got any batteries in it?
Yep.
And did it go back off again? Okay.
0 millimeters we got? No, inches. I want millimeters.
It's dark over here. There you go.
All right. Let me try and see one of these. He says he uses 1 millimeter. Millimeter Peter. That's 1.6.
Yeah, 1.5 basically.
Oh no. Now it's saying 1.2.
Maybe it's squishing it in as you push it up. When we get your ruler?
No.
Okay.
So it's saying 1.3. I'm going to use these. Hammer and channel lock. Lucid Vision with the 3rd month sub. Thank you, Lucid Vision.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Well, that time flies, doesn't it? 4G. I'm just using these. They come with it and they're 1.3. What does my boss say? Boss. So he doesn't show how to take this apart. Um, where's my mouse? So let's
Are you telling me? Are you calling me boss?
no. Shadow Vader's my boss. If I don't listen to Shadow, he beats me behind the goat barn with a sugar cane stick. So I'm gonna keep this. Let's get out of full screen. Uh-oh. I don't have my I have this too far up. Let me move this down. Elusive Vision gifted my boss a sub. There we go. I think we'll see alerts now. Oh no, actually I should move this way down. Hang on. There. All right. So, what was I doing? So we want to see how to rip apart a 3090. So, get out of here. This is such bullshit. Look at all this crap they got going. All this CGI crap now. That's not real anything. Antes. SR71. Whatever. I keep going to type and I almost start typing on here. Oh, we want music, right? A little bit. Let's get Rufio music going. If I could figure out where my mouse is. Here it is. Let me get some background music pulled up. Let's do this. Where is it? All right. There's some background music. If you can't hear it, let me know. I just adjusted the volume. And this is Rufio. Susan Boyle. I don't think so. Here, I'm gonna give him a shout out so he maybe could pop in. I think that's how he does it. Yeah. Shadow Elusivision gave you a subscription for the month, so you don't have to watch ads. All right, let's do EVGA 3090. Remove fans. Teardown? What would we call that? Regular maintenance. No. Shroud removal. Yeah. It says XC3, but it's probably the same, huh? 3080 FTW3. How to disassemble. Wait, why am I seeing ads now? It always used to block them. Hang on. That's kind of the same looking shroud. His card looks like a piece of crap. Like he threw it in the dirt and then stomped on it and left it out in the rain a couple times. All right. Why am I getting no sound from this Firefox? Disassemble 3090. Did you find something? 17 messages were deleted by a moderator. 180 use of this word not allowed in chat. That's funny. Stream Elements is going after you, Shadow. All right. Let's see. So what is it? What's this telling me? All right, let me put the music down a touch. Just so I could hear this. Are you guys aren't hearing this, are you? Should be coming through speakers. I hear it, but I don't see it doing anything on here. Alright, I'm gonna pause this because I can't decipher. Alright, so this is his music playing. The video card guy. I'm trying to get the speakers to I hate Windows 11. Do you hear the volume from the other guys? The last video? Where's advanced? Advanced. Here we go. Alright. I'll put okay. Now I'm not hearing it at all. Let's go to voice meter. Speaker. Huh. Alright, now I'm getting no. I'm trying to figure out why I can't hear this video now. Alright. Now I hear it.
The beloved member of my family, my sister-in-law, Robin Lively.
Aw, thanks, Ryan.
And unlike Big Wireless, any two people can be family and still get the $15 a month rate.
Why did you just air quote family? Are we not family?
No, we are. I was making a point for them. It's
Right. I think I almost have it.
Your EG great, by the way.
Fred Smith here told us that B&H Photo helped change his life.
There we go.
Fred, tell us your story.
I was a fitness instructor in Atlanta, and I transferred to New York, March 13, 2020, right as the city went under lockdown.
Oof, that's a rough time.
All the studios shut down. But with B&H's help,
How's the volume? Is it too loud?
it's an online fitness platform with cycling classes and off-the-bike classes taught by me.
Talk about lemons to lemonade.
This whole
Started looking for
audio
work,
thing with
everybody I spoke to
streaming is
pointed
such a
to
pain in the
I
ass.
needed a camera, a
And it's
lens,
all because of
microphone, capture card,
copyright
audio
shit.
interface.
Oh, Fred, we're running out of room here.
We need to find a
Well,
different
here's the
way to
thing,
do it.
that setup is really
The way you're doing
complicated.
that is not working.
That's the only one.
Hey, welcome
There's
back
other
guys,
ones.
to another Jane Tech video. Today I'm going to be showing you how to disassemble an EVGA RTX 30 series card.
Did you find a better video?
No, not yet. I haven't found one yet. But she's asking me questions now that she was asking you.
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer.
I don't know what she's talking about.
Okay, so she's filling out an application for one of the high schools, and it's asking, is the student new to the school district? Technically, she's not new to the school district because she was originally in that school district, but she hasn't been in the school district for years.
Right.
So.
For who's this applying to who?
Harvard.
I think she is new. Because she's been part of Magnet or whatever. Alright. Let's get this playing. Let's listen to this and then I'll put the music back on.
70 and higher. This cooler can also be found on the 3060 Ti for the FTW3 Ultra. As you can see here, this card is pretty dusty. My PC sits on carpet but on a piece of cardboard, so you can imagine how much dust gets sucked in by the fans. So in order to remove the shroud, you're going to need a hex 1.5 screwdriver bit. I'm going to link the toolkit I used down below in the description. So there are 8 screws on this card, 4 of which can be found on the fan side and 2 of which are on each
I'm
side.
streaming.
They're all the same size, so you don't need to worry about putting them back in the wrong screw hole.
Alright. So I need those 4 off. I should put my thing up. My magnifier. I scoot in though.
When removing the shroud, keep in mind about a cable that is for the LEDs on the shroud. To disconnect it, you have to press on the latch and slowly remove it. One tip is to hold down the latch and slowly wiggle it out.
This.
Be careful and do not yank it because it could break.
Alright, hang on. He's getting way ahead of me. So let me put this up so I could use this. Oh, wow, that's nice. Look at that. Look at that. This lens is dirty. I think the last time I used this was to solder a key fob for the BMW. All right, let's get this out a touch. Oh man, I could see that so nice now. I could see that so nice. Now I gotta get the right size. Oh, that's not a star thing. Probably this one. Oh my god, it's smaller than this? That is crazy. What size is this? It says CRV 116. 116. What do you say, 5? 5/64ths? Let's see, the smallest of this. I wonder if this will work. No. Maybe it will. What do you, I want to hear what he said. What was it, T5? Uh, he's only got 2. I have 4. This is how I have to see screws and such with my old ass eyes. Oh, this works.
When removing the shroud, keep in mind about a cable that is for the LEDs on the shroud. To disconnect it, you have to press on the latch and slowly remove it. One tip is to hold down the latch and slowly wiggle it out.
This is a star bit, but it's working. And I don't really give a shit about any of this stuff because it's coming off and staying off. I don't have my electrical bracelet. I like they had little blue on these screws, like thread lock. This is coming off really easy though. So their thread lock didn't work at all. Right, that's those. I don't see any other screw that would hold this. So let me watch what he's doing. Hey, Mr. McT.
When removing the shroud, keep in mind about a cable that is for the LEDs on the shroud. To disconnect it, you have to press on the latch and slowly remove it. One tip is to hold down the latch and slowly wiggle it out.
I missed it again. He's going too fast in here. Why am I not fucking typing? Why is it typing up there? So we're already getting this card apart. We're watching videos as we do it. I have to keep watching because I keep not watching. Alright, so this card definitely is a little different. Alright, so those are off.
When removing the shroud, keep in mind about a cable that is for the LEDs on the shroud. To disconnect it, you have to press on the latch and slowly remove it. One tip is to hold down the latch and slowly wiggle it out. Be careful and do not yank it because it could break.
Okay, so the shroud's on by some sort of cable, which probably should be, well, it's not on this side like on his card. This beast has 3 8-pin connectors. Usually when I'm doing stuff like this, I hear all kinds of snaps and cracks. Alright, so since this card's not the same as what he's shown, it's not doing what it should do. So this video is no good. I don't have a... I have a 3090, but it's not an XC3. Let's see, 3090 FTW3. There we go. $3080 FTW teardown. Is that the same? 3090 FTW3 teardown, capacitors, thermals, power draw. Looks like he shows. Let's see, he's 27. They're all 20. This one's. Let's see, he just takes the back off. Huh? Maybe. Regular maintenance. Thermal pad and thermal paste replacement. $3090 Ti, no. 3090 FTW was thermal throttling. Repad.
I have a challenge.
Oh my god. I used to have my ads just, something used to kill the ads on this. I don't know where it went.
Challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install Honey. Wait.
Hey everyone, today we are tearing down the EVGA RTX 3080 FTW3. So we're going to disassemble this card. This one should be much more straightforward than the Founders Edition card, for which we have a separate teardown on the channel already. That one was actually not as complex as previous generations, but for the first time disassembling it, it took several hours. It became a 3 to 5 minute job, though, after that, after getting some experience with it. This, though, is a very standard assembly, at least externally. So we're going to take a look at it. We'll get some PCB shots and potentially send those along to BuildDoit and see if we can get analysis, assuming there's anything worth talking about underneath. And this is also the card we're going to be using for overclocking streams. By the time this teardown goes up, there should already be stream recaps and stream archives for you to watch. So let's get started. Before that, this video is brought to you by the Team T-Force Cardea Ceramic C440 M.2 SSD, available in 1 terabyte and 2 terabyte capacities with PCIe Gen 4 support for high transfer speeds. Team claims that its SSD can do sequential speeds up to 5 gigabytes per second read and 4.4 gigabytes per second write, or 750,000 IOPS for random reads and writes. Team rates its SSD for 3,600 total terabytes written, and the ceramic heat spreader directly conducts from the controller to help manage SSD temperatures under high loads. Learn more at the link in the description below. So this card, we've already done baseline testing on it, and other than getting a video out of the disassembly to show people how it goes together, we also need to put thermocouples on the card for additional thermal testing for the final review. So we've got baseline numbers, but we do have to disassemble it anyway. And the card is the one that performed the highest in our full stock overclocking stream. We already have a recap up for that if you're interested. And that's because it has a higher power target out of the box than the other two. That said, Joe Stepanti and I have already changed this VBIOS. There's a VBIOS switch right there. You have an OC mode and a normal mode, where OC mode is the higher power target and should be the higher clocks out of the box, and normal mode is the lower of them and quieter. So we've already flashed the OC VBIOS with a special VBIOS that has a fully unlocked 900 watt power target, and not sure if that's going to be made available to the public at any point, but our plan is to basically put a liquid nitrogen pod on it and then get a voltage controller on, or modify the voltage provided to the card so that we can overclock it further. So this is our baseline for liquid nitrogen overclocking because it was performing the best for that so far. But it doesn't mean it's the best card necessarily. You'll have to check the review, obviously, to see that, especially for stock performance for non-overclocking. There are headers on it. There's an auxiliary fan header here where you can control a case fan via GPU temperature if you prefer. There's an RGB header there for, I guess, synchronization.
Oh, yeah.
And then we've got 3 different colored fan headers here for the fans hooked up to the card. This is new. Normally they just go with all black, all gray, or all white. But we'll take a look into it, see where they're routed. My assumption is that changing the color on these probably helps with RMAs and repair so that they can more easily help a customer identify if a particular fan has gone wrong. I do like that they're accessible externally. That's good. It does not look like you'll be able to replace the fan completely externally, unfortunately, but we'll take a look at that too. For the rest of the card, this one has gotten the most attention for its looks, and not for good reasons, but EVGA is doing a change where they're going to have a swap out plate here so you can get a gray, black, or some other color in the future. So they definitely got a ton of criticism for this, probably rightfully so, frankly. And there's going to be a swap out piece for that. So maybe we'll look into how easy that is to remove in case you're one of the early buyers who wants to swap it. There's also one on the back, although that's not going to be particularly visible in most cases. Okay, let's take it apart. So we are working on the GN Medium mod mat. There are not many of these left in stock. We have a couple dozen left right now. They've been selling through fast, but they're on store.gamersnexus.net if you want to pick one up. I like to use them for tracking screws on the grid in case it's a complex card, and then it's also got some other diagrams on it. It's just an anti-static work surface. We've got a common ground point here to a grounding strap if you want to exercise more caution with the more expensive cards, and it is available on the store now. We're also going to use our toolkit for this one, which is also on store.gamersnexus.net, but recently sold through. Okay, so this is a leaf spring. It's the one NVIDIA used, but same retention mechanism and bracket as NVIDIA is using. They're probably selling it to the partners. I don't know if this is a reference PCB yet. I need to get into it, but basically there's a reference, there's a Founders Edition, and the board partners who are getting into cards early typically will use a reference PCB provided by NVIDIA so that they can get a card done quickly. So we're going to track these screws. This one goes about in the middle with the card oriented that direction. This one's got both silhouettes on it. I'm going to remove the back plate first. Is that screw a different size? No. Okay, there's a nut on the other side of this one that I'm holding, and there it goes. I think there might be a nut on the other side of this one too, but I can't access it from here, so we'll come back to that. This one does have one as well. Okay, so there's one more hidden under here. So this technically is not a warranty void if removed sticker, which is good because those are actually not enforceable in the US anymore.
You hear that?
It's a tamper seal. EVGA has told us in the past that they don't use it to enforce any kind of warranty. If they did, you'd have a legal ability to refute it. But that's just allegedly for them to be able to tell if the user has modified
a little
it
nut.
at all. They
Little
say
nut,
it's to
you
help
nut.
expedite warranties, but it could also be to help deny them. We don't really have a good way of checking, at least not on mass. So what I did to remove this one, it did have a nut on the other side of it, but it was inside the card and inaccessible to me. So the best way to get it out is to just pull the plate up after you remove all the others and provide some upwards force to the screw, and then it'll come off. Just keep in mind that there is now a piece of metal floating around in the card from the other side of this, from the nut. So we're going to have to get in there and remove it, obviously, before reassembly, but we're taking it apart anyway. So, back plate. I am sad to say is not being leveraged at all, despite being a pretty good amount of surface area, good amount of aluminum there. So this is not contacted to the back. What you'd like to see, we've done a lot of testing over the years, many
You go
years of different
back, I
GPU
didn't see where
launches.
that
Always
screw
the same
was.
thing where actually EVGA has been through this before, specifically with. So we're gonna track these screws. This one goes back in the any kind of warranty if they did. So oh, there's one more hidden under here. So this technically is not a warranty void if removed sticker, which is good because those are actually not enforceable in the US anymore.
Is that little Boston ripping apart the boxer?
Seal. EVGA has told us in the past that they don't use it to enforce any kind of warranty. If they did, you'd have a legal ability to
So under here?
it. But that's just allegedly for them to be able to tell if the user has modified the card at all. They say it's to help expedite warranties, but it could also be to help deny them. We don't really have a good way of tech checking, at least not on mass. So when I did remove this one, it did have a nut on the other side of it, but it was inside the card and inaccessible.
You pull these out.
So the best way to get it out is to just pull the plate up after you remove all the others and provide some upwards force to the screw, and then it'll come off. Just keep in mind that there is now a piece of metal floating around in the card from the other side of this, from the nut. So we're going to have to get in there and remove it.
Oh, look, there's a little switch that says OC and normal.
Backplate, I am sad to say, is not being leveraged at all.
I see a little tiny thing that says OC and normal. And it's on normal. It's kind of cool. What did he say? He said, if you remove the void warranty stickers, that's not legal for them to void the warranty in the US. Kind of like places you go and where it says your stuff's stolen, you can't go after them. Well, yeah, you could. They're full of it. Why is this not lifting off? Feels like kind of in here it's being held down. Oh, it's kind of like thermal. Some kind of thermal thing. Get ready for the nut to fall. There it went. Alright, so here's the plate, and look, there's thermal pads. And it looks like these thermal pads are even thicker than what was what came with the water block. Anybody need to buy a back plate? $10 special. Okay, so that's the back plate off. Where's this stuff coming from? All right, what am I supposed to do now?
Despite being a pretty good amount of surface area, good amount of aluminum there. So this is not contacted to the back. What you'd like to see, we've done a lot of testing over the years, many years of different GPU launches.
Did you notice on his?
Actually, EVGA has been.
Did you notice on his he doesn't have these thermal pads? And he should, because this needs thermal. This needs thermal pads on it.
Through this before, specifically with the ACX series, it is what birthed the ICX series and was a good change, and unfortunately not present here. Doesn't matter a ton.
His
Well,
card
depends
doesn't
on the card.
have
Generally,
these.
no, but it doesn't hurt to have better cooling. And when you spend more for
Is that crazy
a
or
higher
what?
end card, we do like to see
I wonder why.
the extra couple pennies per thermal pad. So ideally, they'd have pads here. You can actually see the blocks where the memory modules are. So there's gonna be memory modules pretty much on each one of these on the other side of the board.
Yep.
2 of them will be missing, but you can see like it's about 1 finger width size. That's a block, that's a memory module, that's memory module, that's memory module. And ideally there's a thermal pad here that connects to the plate, because despite not being finned, it's still surface area, even though it's just flat and inefficient. And it's also, depending on your CPU cooler, it's in a position where it will radiate heat up and into a tower cooler, which will then wick it away. Or if you have a top-mounted rad, that'll deal with it too. So we would like to see thermal pads there ideally. This is probably a simple mod you could do to improve performance. Maybe we'll look into that in the review after I get the thermal couples on here.
I wonder if
Only
someone
other stuff
did
on the
that.
backside. This is very interesting. So there's a cutout here. It looks like I can see a cutout in a copper plate too. If we orient the card, oh, there's the screw in there. You can see, or you should be able to see, that there's a copper plate up there. And this is just sort of an interesting design decision where they're trying to exhaust some heat through the card. And this is a better spot to do it too. It'll exhaust behind a tower cooler and straight into your rear exhaust fan if you have a standard ATX case setup. So let's just see if that actually lines up with... It mostly lines up. This is so hexagonal hole patterns are more efficient than slots, but it's still not really the most efficient use of space, but it is better than we've seen in previous generations. So they're trying to push some air through there via these fans. Now, they're not quite aligned with it, but the fans, they don't blow straight down. There's going to be some air shooting out the side, so it'll make its way out. Rest of the backside, we've got some UP controllers here, and then this is an LED for the EVGA logo. We're going to disconnect that. Never pull on the wires, obviously. You want to disconnect at the header. This one doesn't have anything on the other side securing it, so you just pull that out. I'm just disconnecting this because as I work on the card, I don't want to have this get caught on anything, but it's not actually required to be disconnected. And now we can remove the leaf spring, so let's do that. Like I said, LED for the EVGA logo, we're going to disconnect that. Never pull on the wires, obviously. You want to disconnect at the header. This one doesn't have anything on the other side securing it, so you just pull that out. I'm just disconnecting this because as I work on the card, I don't want to have this get caught on anything, but it's not actually required to be disconnected.
I should just leave it then.
The leaf spring, so let's do that. Like I said, we're using our own toolkit here that we specially designed for GPU disassembly on the store. Out of stock, but we'll be kind of opening and closing back orders depending on our current status with orders. And for when you remove these, you want to do, I do about 30 to 50% loose for each screw before I remove it completely. That way they're all releasing tension at the same time or thereabouts. And we're just going to drop that right here on the grid so we can keep track of that. The screws are retained and they're captive screws. On the other side you can see the sort of washer to contain them. Okay, now we need to remove the I/O plate. Unfortunately, this card doesn't stand up on its own. So everything so far has been a Phillips 1 screwdriver, including the larger leaf spring screws that are still Phillips 1. This is going to be a Phillips 0. There's a Phillips 0. We're going to use that now. Did it come out? Oh, there it is. That's what we've had rolling around in there from that one screw. Don't forget that if you are doing a disassembly and reassembly. Don't leave that floating in there. You'll short something. So there's 3 screws here. Completely, that way they're all releasing tension at the same time or thereabouts. And we're just going to drop that right here on the grid so we can keep track of that. The screws are retained and They're captive screws. On the other side, you can see the sort of washer to contain them. Okay, now we need to remove the I/O plate. Unfortunately, this card doesn't stand up on its own. So everything so far has been a Phillips 1 screwdriver, including the larger leaf spring screws. Those are still Phillips 1. This is going to be a Phillips 0. There's a Phillips 0. We're going to use that now. Did it come out? Oh, there it is. That's what we've had rolling around in there from that one screw. Don't forget that if you are doing a disassembly and reassembly. Don't leave that floating in there. You'll short something. So there's 3 screws here.
Yep.
That I can see right now anyway. Okay, I/O plate's removed. This card has a vertical fin orientation, not horizontal. So the air is going to actually go into the board and into the glass. This is standard. There's really only 2 ways to orient the fin.
Whoa.
Okay. Yeah, some of the air will come out through these pinholes in the fin stack that are going horizontally. For the most part, though, you've got vertical exhaust into the board and into the glass. And the only other way to do this is with angular fins like the FE design. So they are not wasting a ton of space with the shroud. It's not containing the fins. That's good. We've seen a lot of manufacturers screw that up. Let's remove the board from the cooler. This just takes some care.
He's going ahead of me here.
Release it from the holes in the fin stack that are going horizontally. For the most part, though, you've got
I hate little screws. All right. That nut never popped out.
Exhaust into the board and into the glass. And the only other way to do this is with angular fins like the FE design. So they are not wasting a ton of space with the shroud. It's not containing the fins. That's good. We've seen a lot of manufacturers screw that up. Let's remove the board from the cooler.
There it goes.
This just takes some care where you have to release it from the thermal paste. So now that we've loosened this, keep in mind there are at least 3 cables plugged in. So what I'm going to do is lift it up slightly, look inside to make sure I know what I'm working with before I pull out anything. I can see where the thermal pads are now, so I don't want to pull too hard because one of them's coming down, and we don't want to stretch out the pad and reduce its thickness by doing so. So what I'm going to do is shove in a jimmy, and then we can push the thermal pad off without stretching it in a way that will damage it. And I'm going to disconnect these 3 fan cables. These are just clipped in, very easy.
This ain't coming loose at all.
Okay, should be. Oh, there's one more cable on the top over here. So I'm going to disconnect that before we go any further. This is why you always want to look into the card at eye level with it, so you don't pull on a cable.
It did not shake loose whatsoever.
And the fin stack that are going horizontally. For the most part, though, you've got vertical exhaust into the board and into the glass. And the only other way to do this is with angular fins like the FE design. So they are not wasting a ton of space with the shroud. It's not containing the fins. That's good. We've seen a lot of manufacturers screw that up. Let's remove the board from the cooler. This just takes some care where you have to release it from the thermal paste. So now that we've loosened this, keep in mind there are at least 3 cables plugged in. So what I'm going to do is lift it up slightly, look inside to make sure I know what I'm working with before I pull out anything. I can see where the thermal pads are now, so I don't want to pull too hard because one of them's coming down, and we don't want to stretch out the pad and reduce its thickness by doing so. So what I'm going to do is shove in a jimmy, and then we can push the thermal pad off without stretching it in a way that will damage it. And I'm going to disconnect these 3 fan cables. These are just clipped in, very easy to remove. Just push the clip.
This isn't loose at all.
There's one more
like
cable
his.
on the top over here.
Ow.
Disconnect that before we go any further. This is why you always want to look into the card at eye level with it, so you don't pull on a cable that you are unaware of. Okay, so let's look at the cooler. For PCB is very interesting with all the holes.
That's all I need. Once this is off, I could put those 4 screws in, supposedly. These. Let me put them back in. Because he didn't take those out. Oh wait, it was this. Yeah, they always make it look easy. He probably took it apart already. He's acting like he's never done it before, but I'd say he's done it.
You know?
I can't get the board off the metal. And you know me. Usually you hear a couple snaps and clicks and something's broken.
Yep.
Manhandle it. I was putting this in because he didn't even take this off.
Okay. You got ahead of him.
Well, I was watching that other video, and that other video was not a a 39E FTW, it was a 39E XC, which apparently is fairly different. So he just like wiggles this, and this board comes off from all this.
Okay. So look where it's stuck. So
It looks like it's stuck in the middle here.
Yeah.
I should probably get these off right now.
Get what off?
These clips.
Yeah.
I don't need them.
You want to try?
I'm not good with clips either. I always break those too.
You want me to try?
I might have to have them. I might need
Phillips.
Yeah. What?
A flat, yeah. That's what I meant. Be very gentle. Happy. Aaron, you might want to come in and be involved. For all of it.
Who is it?
Apple.
I don't want her. That big mouth cat. Here we go. There's one. Up. Yeah. Wow, that one did. That one went off easy. There we go. Now it's starting to wiggle loose. There we go. Wiggled it loose like a fat lady in her cellulite. Or a fat guy in his cellulite. Now over here is something plugged in. Is it clipped? Yes. There it is. What I didn't count on is, do I have to clean this other stuff off now? I don't need any of that. There it is.
What do you think you need to come off?
All this gray.
Oh, why are you touching it?
It shouldn't be on there.
Why do you think it shouldn't be on there?
Because I'm going to put this.
Oh, that.
Yeah, I was stressing out for myself too. I always snap stuff and break it because I'm like, don't know my own strength kind of thing. All right.
Have you found a video about someone putting it in a water block yet?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
See, all his shit's cleaned off.
Is there a video?
I read somewhere there's some kind of stuff to clean it. I could probably just use a, one of those.
One of what?
Thermal, or whatever you call it, to clean glass.
Oh, okay.
What do you call
Um,
them? What happened to this video?
What do you mean, what video?
Why did,
Our commitment to you
How
is
did it come
delivering
out?
the world's most advanced PC. Our passion for
Okay.
Right.
Should be. Oh, there's one more cable on the top over here. So I'm going to disconnect that before we go any further. This is why you always want to look into the card at eye level with it so you don't pull on a cable that you are unaware of. Okay.
See,
So,
he
look at
disconnected
the
that one.
cooler for
He's got
PCB
the
is very
ground there.
interesting with all the holes in it. It's amazing.
He disconnected this,
Uh-huh.
but knowing me, I'd forget to reconnect it, which would be a big problem.
Yeah.
Because then you'd have to take the whole block apart again.
Right.
So I'm not disconnecting it.
In the reduction of space this generation on PCB usage. This helps as we get higher and higher current capability MOSFETs too. So we have this large header. We've got these three for the fans. I'm confident of that. These are fan cables. This is a what you would call a thermal putty. We actually have some of this, so we can replace it as needed. Thermal putty so thermal pads generally are sticky. They tend to stay together. You tend, for some of them, to get multiple uses. Thermal putty, you don't always get multiple uses, and you just smear it on with like a spreader, and it's kind of like a paste, except it will fill larger gaps. So in the sense of spreading like this and being a little bit almost liquidy when you first apply it, it's like a paste, but a paste can't fill a gap this large. So that's why they've got that there. That's for the inductors. Inductors don't get, aren't as thermally sensitive as a lot of components. A lot of them can go to like 150C, but doesn't hurt to leverage this huge heatsink to cool down the VRM. Also, you got to figure, even if the inductor itself doesn't really care because it's just a copper coil inside of a metal housing, it's still going to heat up the board and the nearby components, so sinking it will get it away from the PCB and into something else. So then for the cold plate, there's a copper cold plate here. You can see the the memory contact, and we've got memory modules there. There's one here. They're missing memory modules for a potential higher SKU card later. Not uncommon to have missing modules. That is intentional. And then thermal paste application for the GPU is dead center as expected. Pretty good spread on it. One thing to talk about here too is the GPU conducts into the same plate as the memory. They are sharing a cooling solution and sinking into the heat pipes, and then the heat pipes.
All this stuff is useless to me because
So
I'm putting it in a water block.
when you share a thermal solution, a cold plate, with like a liquid cooler, which is a bit of a different scenario than today, but if we were looking at a hybrid card with a water cooler on it, typically when you sink the memory into the same plate as the GPU, if it's like a 120 or 140 mil CLC, then you are going to increase the effective temperature of the GPU because you're cooling more power with the same solution, so the water temperature is higher. In this instance, it's an air cooler, works a little bit differently, and you'll see in our review how things perform. Okay, so we'll come back to the cooler in a second. Now we're going to take a look at the PCB, though. So for the PCB...
Oh. I don't know why I did that.
Joe! Okay, so PCB-wise, the interesting part, again, is all the holes they've cut in it, where it's not like that NVIDIA approach where NVIDIA's got like they sent a bolt of lightning down it and split it at the end. It's very interesting.
Hey, Princess Shade.
The power connectors in a traditional spot. There are 3 8-pins. For shunt resistors, we've got one shunt resistor up here.
Oh, she's
shunt resistor down here next to it.
Yeah,
actually,
I'm not
that's a
talented
fuse,
enough to.
right there, that red piece.
I'm not talented enough to run a stream and lurk somewhere else. I'm way too.
Shout out.
I'm not good anymore. My brain is seized.
Yep.
So this shunt resistor is going to correspond with the PCIe slot. If you're doing a shunt resistor mod and shorting things, you generally don't want to short that one. It's the ones associated with the
I
power
don't think
connectors
I need
you
to
wanna
watch
short.
him
And
anymore.
shorting
Because I've got
Should
what
I just go forward to see what he does when he goes to put it back up?
Yeah, but he's not water
them
blocking.
just allows you
just
to
go up
trick
and
the
see if
card
it says it
you
clean
short
up
the
or not.
shunts. This is another fuse.
He's just
right
telling you
there.
everything what's on the board.
Call our EVGA rep.
Oh, you want to see what he does with this grace? Oh, look.
FE card, will put him next
Yeah,
to
we
each
want
other
a
on
little
the
bit.
screen in case.
Did he?
But
he put
like a 1080 black and a 1080 gaming
See?
or a 1080 gaming OC, and a lot of those will be the same board and even the same cool doing a teardown.
He didn't have this before, right?
There
It's
is
been there the whole time.
on
Was?
the metal frame around
maybe
the
it wasn't.
substrate.
Rewind it.
Oh, I've never
There's
seen
a
that.
blue dot and a black dot in the top left corner. Do you know what that shunts? This is another
There.
form. Okay, so we'll come back to the
Back
cooler in a
further.
second. Now we're going to
Put
take
that
a
on
look
there.
at the PCB, though.
It's on
It's
there.
amazing the reduction of space that's generated.
Back up.
What did he say? PCV valves?
And the
Yeah.
fin stack, they're out stretching it. That
I
these
think he
are
said
fan
PCB
cables.
though.
This is a
We don't care about
and the
this.
nearby
Go back
components
further where he took
going
them
to
off.
increase the effective temperature of the GPU because you're cool. Joe. Okay, so PCB wise, the interesting part again is
See, he's got
all the
those
holes
pads on
they've
there
cut
right
in
now.
it, where it's not like that NVIDIA approach where NVIDIA's got like they sent a bolt of lightning down it and split it at the end. It's very interesting. But this one's got the power connectors in a traditional spot. That is. So So let's take a look back at the other side. There should probably be a few more of these, yes. You would just take a continuity check. Pads here. I'm not going to completely remove these because I want to make it a little easier for myself when I reassemble, but we'll at least expose some of the MOSFETs here. So let me try and get a read on this one. We'll have probably have a separate board analysis. Oh, this is interesting. Actually, that's new to me. The GPU is marked. So you'll see a blue dot and a black dot. The last time I saw this was when Kingpin was marking KP GPUs.
Mine has a blue dot.
He was doing it so that he could look up
and a
the
green.
quality of the GPU.
Blue and green.
But I'm not sure what their reasoning is here. So I'm actually going to call our EVGA rep, and he's going to tell me he doesn't know that, and then he'll say, "That's weird, really?" And then he'll call someone, and then he'll tell me the answer. All right, you there? Yeah. Hey, I'm recording a video right now on the FTW3 doing a teardown. There is on the the metal frame around the substrate. There's a blue dot and a black dot in the top left corner. Do you know what that is?
I need to check. Can you send me a picture of it?
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll send you a picture, and then you can let me know if you know anything about it.
I gotta get it off.
Yeah, so we're getting a check on that, but it could be QC. It could also be potentially binning for different cards. So sometimes, actually a lot of the time, board partners will have PCBs that they use for multiple lines, for multiple product lines, where they actually use the same components overall, or most of the same components, but change things like the GPU bin. So for example, EVGA in the past has had like a 1080 black and a 1080 gaming, or a 1080 gaming OC, and a lot of those will be the same board and even the same cooler, but they just swap the GPUs on them based on the quality of the silicon for frequency. So that could be what that is. If you're wondering how that's checked, we have a video of MSI's factory actually, where they swap the GPUs in and out of a socketable video card to check the silicon quality. I actually just got a text back from him after I sent the photo of this, and he said, "Weird, okay, let me check." So, definitely called the response. All right, let's clean off the GPU. The paste
See, clean it. I knew you had to clean it. Let's see how he does it.
Wow. Okay, well, the spread is even. Just go for removing the paste on the GPU.
Alcohol.
And observe how dried it is.
We call that junk. That's bad.
That's super dry. GPU identifier GA102-200-KD-A1. So it's the same identifier as I recall right now as the FE card. We'll put them next to each other on the screen in case. But there's your GPU. In terms of liquid nitrogen pot clearance, I think we'll just barely skate by here. The caps are far enough out, so we should be okay there.
Talking about liquid nitrogen.
And the rest of the board we'll save for further analysis and our overclocking streams to tell you how it performs, how it holds up. For the controllers on the backside, we've got a UP9511R and then a U56.
He's putting it back together already.
56500, I think is what that says. So let's take a look at the rest of the cooler. In terms of heat pipes, they've got some, it looks like those are either 8 or 10 mil. Let me check. Some larger heat pipes in there. There are the round varieties. The inductors, that's a MOSFET line right there. There's more over here. So it's a this is a huge VRM. Inductors here, MOSFETs here. And for the rest of the cooling solution, well, if you wanted to take the shroud off to replace the fans, what you would do is you'd pull these screws, and then you'd pull, these fans are unfortunately not pin to pad contact, they're wired directly to the fan. So there's 1, 2, 3, looks like 4 screws. There's also a screw inside in the blade up here for the shroud. So you would need to take the screw way up here out to remove the shroud as well. And keep in mind, you've also got an LED cable running for this, and that's going to be this cable right here. You can see it's got a red and a ground, and I don't know what the other one is. I don't know the pinout exactly, but that might be a 5 volt or 12 volt and a ground, depending on how they color code it. So anyway, that's the RGB LEDs. And the fans, you just take a bunch of screws out and swap them, but not particularly easy to access compared to some other vendors. You know, the AMD, now we can get more appreciation for the amount of metal on this heatsink. There's a lot of it. And they're going to have a black front and back for that instead of cooler design's interesting. We'll talk about the performance in the review. The shifting, one thing I didn't mention, the fan here in the middle is shifted down 10 millimeters. EVGA claims this helps with performance. Perhaps it does. There's not a great way to test because we'd have to do A/B testing, so you'd have to move it back up.
All right, so let's see. Here's the card, and he's got that pretty clean. So I'm gonna have to clean this. See, that's pretty dang clean. This up here is if you want to up here on top of the card is if you want to SLI bridge that here. Like that. There we go. These. It's pretty dirty. All right. I'd say it's break time. Get a refill of my coffee and get some rubbing alcohol in a rag. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Let me put some of that music back on. If I could figure out where I had it.
don't hear you say anything.
Hey. All right, now we're back. Yeah, Clear Trio. Hey, good to see you in here. I didn't go to Circle K for coffee, but I brewed it here. Are you going? Eclair, did you ever get those brookies at Circle K? They're half cookies, half brownies. They're so good.
It's Claire and Tucson too.
Yeah, Eclair's a neighbor of ours.
Oh, okay.
In the same city, at least. Along with Jagpimp. I'm doing this 3090 that I just pulled the fans off of.
Hi, Claire.
Here's a Maleficent Misty. If you want to, what was that?
It's the thing from the
If you want to give Mel a follow, fellow streamer here. Oops.
He was just stepping.
He does, huh?
Hey,
I should have put the camera on the goats while we were in break.
Well, they're already in their shed for the night. Here.
Yeah, Ferris City.
Lean in now. Lean in. Lean in. There we go.
All right, so this is a 3090 FTW3 Ultra GPU, and we ripped the fan housing off it, and we're gonna put it in a water block. Let me put this music down a touch. Mel is my wife, and she streams. That's Maleficent Misty. She got her name fixed. It's not Milsty anymore. It's Misty. All right, so let's see. What should we do now? Mr. MixT, if you're around, see the poster behind me. It's the poster for the movie Turbulence from the 90s. Let me put this camera down a touch. There we go. And then over here, at Clear, I'm putting this video card inside a water block, so it's water cooled, and it's gonna go in here to ice cube. I can't light it up because I don't have liquid in there, coolant. It'd blow up. So this is my PC. I call it the ice cube. You go to my what do you call it, profile in Twitch here, you'll see pictures of the ice cube. It's a fully water cooled PC. So now we got to clean off these thermal paste. Look at that. You guys get to see it. All right, so I got alcohol. I thought Mel was bringing the Q-tips and such, but I guess not. And a paper towel. Mel, you listening? See, I need to get all this stuff off.
The kittens are right there.
Where? I don't see them.
Right here. And move the trash can here so it's closer. Keep the trash can here.
Yeah.
Small row. Here it goes.
All right. So I'm going to take it off the big pieces first. I didn't have to solder anything. If I had to solder, this board would be a total mess and ruined. Because I'm the worst solderer around. The worst solderer you'll ever see. I'm horrible with little tiny things. So I have fat fingers, and that's why I always make mistakes when I'm typing or using the phone. Spelling mistakes because my fingers touched the wrong thing. If you want to know who this music is, it's Rufio. RUFFI0. He does stream on Twitch and YouTube. Really good music. That's who's playing right now.
No, I'm thinking the at work they use 90%.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me, because this seems kind of wet.
Okay. Maybe the 90%.
Here, take this back.
Okay.
We do know people who do a lot of soldering. Soldering on things that we can't talk about. Otherwise, we'd have to kill you. Just kidding. So I do have paste to replace. And we have pads that were provided by Bixby.
It's actually 91%. That's gonna be more alcohol and less
Right.
water.
And I'm using 90% now. Alcohol. Or 91%.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay.
Seems less wet. This is breaking apart.
Here, I'm gonna get you the cotton pad so you can try that and see what you think.
Alright. It's going to be a pain to get these little guys. Yeah, same with me, Claire. My spelling's good. It's just my fingers are so big for tiny keys on the phone that I press the wrong key or press multiple keys. Since you weren't here, Claire, for the start of this, here's the here's what I took off the board. That's the back plate, and this is the fins and the fans and all that stuff. So this is the board from inside of this whole housing. I don't need the housing because I have it's going to be water cooled. It goes in a clear, like a clear acrylic kind of thing that water flows through, and that's what cools this board. I have the acrylic over there. I don't have it over here now just because there's no room. Once I get this clean, then I'll bring that stuff over, because this is gonna go inside that. NVIDIA GA102-300-A1. This is a 24 gigabyte card. The only step up from here is a 4090, pretty much.
No, it does.
It really doesn't even need OCing. I could OC it, but it's a monster in itself. But I probably will OC it, I'm sure.
Has Claire seen any cats before?
No.
Tugs, it's
I
your
don't think
cat.
so. Here's one of the kitties.
She's Moloch's cat. She picked him.
Oh, I put the camera down.
She's just a scary cat.
Hang on.
Ugh, she's so scary.
Oh, my nose is dripping.
I'll get you tissues in a second.
That's Tuxedo. He's a very skinny cat.
She's our tiniest cat.
She picked me. I got her from Fair. I think Fair.
Paw.
Or Paws. Paws, positively, whatever. No kill.
Yeah.
She was at PetSmart. And they were, doing their Adopt a Cat-a-thon. Now, I originally wanted a all-white cat. And they had an all-white cat there. But that cat was a bitch. And that cat you just saw, her name, I named her Tuxedo. She was pawing at me through the kennel, saying, "Play with me, pick me up." So I picked her up, and she was just purring away on my lap, loving on me. So I said, "Well, let me just get this cat. A cat that enjoys being with me." And yeah, that was history. She's a wonderful cat for me. Loves me. Man, look at this stuff. Oh, I love the smell of rubbing alcohol.
Here's your tissue.
Rubbing alcohol and gasoline.
So are the ads working better?
Yeah.
The contracts?
Yeah.
You're lucky I just went to the store and bought whole bugs. Have at it.
Yeah. With cats, if you let them pick you, you get such an awesome cat as a pet.
And Claire says you're a paint thinner lover.
Paint thinner? Yeah, I do like the smell of paint thinner too. Paint thinner, rubbing alcohol, gasoline.
Down here where you have people keep hotels.
Those really bad for you smells. I should get a cat emote. Lucivision. I should get a cat emote. Lucivision's my emote maker and anything graphical. He's really good. Especially the animated ones. This is working out pretty good so far. So I'm thinking we'll put pads on this LR22 strip. On this square, these squares, these squares, these squares. Anything with this LR22s, and then I don't know if these little ones get a strip or I have to put on the paste. I don't know, it looks like they got a thin strip. This is Rufio's dopamine song.
Here's one of our other smaller cats. This is Apple.
That's Apple. She's a punk. She wants to be the baby and the one and only.
She's a tortie, which is a tortoiseshell calico. She's got multicolored fur. And she's got the sassy attitude that goes with being a tortie.
Yeah. We used to have a cat named Sassy, and I call her Sassy because she acts just like her.
Calicos are a lot like torties.
Let's get these Q-tips in the grooves now. Oh, they just went all over. It's alcohol all over me now. I didn't see these. This is a funny song. Here's Runty Cat.
Tuxedo is 11, by the way, and soon to be 12. Renty here is 10 and would be 11 in July, but we don't think she's going to make it till then.
Yeah, she's got mouth cancer and eye cancer and throat cancer. So it's really hard now for her to eat.
You can notice her black eyes. Her left eye is black. That's where
it's got a
cancer.
tumor in it.
The only way we could possibly have extended her life is 2 years ago when we noticed her eye changing colors, have it removed then. It's too late now. So we just keep her happy for now.
Who's coming next, Wiley?
Wait for last.
Got 2 more kitties. And then we got 2 dogs, a Boston Terrier and a Boxer. All right. This side looks pretty good. I'm not going to worry about in between. LR22s.
Here's Milano.
There's another Tux cat.
Sassy was Milano's sister.
Yeah, Ceci died. We don't know why.
Best I could figure was sudden kidney and liver failure. Doctors couldn't figure out what's wrong.
She always had though, like, almost seemed like her whatever you call them were full of milk. But she wasn't pregnant because she was fixed. That was always like big bumps there. I don't know if maybe that was cancer or something. I'm not sure.
What? No, I'm just like nothing.
Need a blower can. I don't have one.
Yeah, we don't have any first there. Last one. The heaviest cat of them all.
This is Wiley. He smells the alcohol.
There we go. There you go.
What's this?
What's what?
I don't think this is plain Rufio anymore.
No, I don't think so. No, it is, maybe. Quick cat.
Here's my mouse. There it is. Yeah.
Yep.
Did we play all his songs?
I guess so.
All right. I'm gonna. How do I don't use this much? Let me put something better on keyboard. It's over here. That's it. Let's see. Cat's got a fat belly. We got Wiley, that last cat you just saw. He's a fatto. Runty's actually always been fat too. She's still fat. All right. Oh, I never announced on Discord I was going live. Maybe I'll do that right now. I love that smell. Let's see. This stream's doing great thanks to Wingnut, Twisted Reaper, and Ragnar. No lag or nothing, man. The problem with the my stream on the laptop was that the GPU on the laptop It has integrated, and it has another 940 G-force in it, and it was coming off of it was streaming off the integrated, which is integrated with the CPU, so it was overloading the CPU to 100%. So I had to tell Streamlabs to use the 940 GeForce video, and then that freed up the CPU from being overloaded.
You know what you forgot to?
What?
Your stream avatars.
Yeah, I've had to wait for you to get off.
Yeah. And I got off a long time ago.
Yeah. All right, let me put it in FM. There we go. I forgot to do it at everyone. Let me redo this. I keep going for the keyboard that's over there usually. At everyone. All right. There we go. Get some Posty Malone music going. You could probably turn it up now. All right, so this is clean. Instead of compressed air, it's going to have some compressed spit on it, but all right. This keeps popping off. Post Malone actually streams on Twitch once in a while. Usually Call of Duty. All right. Yeah, spit works for all parts. I don't know. Not with computers. We love, we got a can of catnip and we just sprinkle on the floor and then the cats get whacked out. All right. Well, I'm at the point where this guy is up here. So let's see what he does.
So basically 1 millimeter on all of it. And then whatever you had the gap on, the rest, me, personally, I use this putty right here. The putty works great. You know if you're off a little bit, it's going to allow that contact. It's going to allow the heat to go up and absorb into the box wherever the thermal pads are failing at. So me personally, I paint it on there. Some people like to get a little messy and dirty. I get a little paintbrush and paint it on there.
That's actually a good idea, huh?
Now on this water block, it does not cool the choke actively. It does not cool it. This water block is basically designed to not even land on the active plate for the choke. So, personally, I think the putty works, and basically, if you load it on there, and then you apply your thermal pads to the locations needed, as long as it touches the block and the GPU where it's designed to touch, it's gonna cool it down. The next step is you're gonna put thermal paste on the chip, and as you can see, I apply it with the paintbrush. You can do it with the little putty knife, you can do it with your finger. As long as you apply an even coat over the chip and it has contact with the block, you should be good to go.
You left out the center of these dark. Wonder what he's gonna
Okay,
do there.
perfect. We applied the thermal paste, and we're gonna put our thermal pads on now. And all your pieces should be cut down to size. You should be able to cut it to the exact size that needs to be cut. You just kind of put it on there, you fit it to it, and then you just adjust it. If you gotta cut a little shorter, you put it down. But I am using 1mm for this water block. I know it came with thicker pads. They don't work. I've tried it. They just don't work.
Down there.
Okay.
What is this garbage playing? Why is it playing that?
I don't know yet.
Like Drake. What do I want to listen to him?
What are you listening through?
Spotify?
It's like Pandora. It's just gonna create a channel and start playing random music for you.
Best of. Do we dental picks with cotton wrap tips were great. Do we like Post Malone?
Post alongside with me.
Huh?
Post alongside with me.
Oh look, he's got his thing still on. His plate. His whatever you want to call this. Alright. I just want to keep watching what he does. Where's my thermal? I have this. Can't see. I could put that on I could put it on the I could put it on everything really. I got enough, that's for sure. Damn it. Let me see where that putty knife went. All right. Um, let's see, I need to cut these to size. Not even long enough for that. I'm wondering if I should use a paintbrush, because I've never thought of that. Mel? Zyklon? I don't know who Zyklon is.
Alright, Moloch. I'll find some paintbrushes.
I want to play this song. Funny as hell. Right. It's insisting on ads. Oh man. I usually don't sit and do something like this so long. Yes.
Why don't you just log into my Pandora and leave my Pandora?
No.
Why not?
So I don't want to.
Because you can set my Pandora, I pay for Pandora Plus, so.
I don't want Pandora.
Pandora is the same thing as Spotify. They're the exact same thing.
This song is so funny. The video for it's.
If you want, really I could change my plan in Pandora, and you can have your own account. And then you won't have ads anymore. Is that what you want?
No. These are big. You don't have smaller, huh?
You can keep looking. I'll look some more.
Here. I'll keep this little one for now.
Okay. I'll just put this here so I can put them away when we're done.
Right. Oh, can I have the scissors too?
If you want the other color, maybe.
No, these are garbage.
Okay. Happy. Welcome. You have to go fire up your headphones on. My headphones died. Where are your headphones at then? You see him?
He's got to go.
God. Like I told you. Out. Out.
All right, bye. This is kind of. It's not liquidy like I like. I don't like how this is going on. I keep getting it on the edge here. This is too, like, sticky. I'm just going to put dots. I'm not going to spread it with this. Alright, I need alcohol to clean it off the brush. Yeah, it does look too thick. The stem pulled right out of the brush. The stem pulled out of the brush. I should probably get Twitch soundtrack back. After this, I'll load up Twitch soundtrack. I'm just gonna put little dots. What I'm gonna do. Yep. Then when I press the pads on, it'll squish it, is what I'm hoping. That's fine. That's alright. It didn't work out the way I wanted it anyway. So he just does that for now.
I could give you a popsicle stick. Make it flat.
Because that one, that one.
Did you throw the brush away then?
No.
Where's the brush at?
Sure.
Here, you take it and wash it.
So we went over this. I'm just reiterating and letting everybody know that they will not work. 1 millimeter is the key here.
That's what I want to see. He's got on here. Got on this one.
Do you need the alcohol anymore, hon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just in case.
Alright.
And just got on these three. put on these strips.
See, are you gonna use this brush again or no?
I don't know.
No. Not really cleaning. Just alcohol. Alright,
let me cut this. Not really straight. Why? Let me bring up everybody's favorite.
Yep. Cleaner, but not 100%. Alright. Put it back here in case you need it. Alright, I'm gonna go try to get it.
There we go. Darn it. Knew it dropped. We're gonna have cat hair on it too. Alright. I'm usually bad with little things like this, but let's hope. Let's hope I do alright. I'm going to pull the plastic off and hope it doesn't come off. All right. And we need a little piece. This needs to go on this side though, first. Ugh. Oh. Did I not take the... I didn't. I didn't take this part off. It's too long, so... That's good. Looks good. There's that. This piece could actually go right here. Where'd my screen go? Where are you? I always lose my mouse. It should be. I sure hope so too. Alright, that set's covered. Now we need these I need the big blocks, and then I need these individual, there's 1, 2, 3 there, one there, one there, one there in these row. And then I think he's going to cover these. We'll see. All right. I'm going to need 2. There's a little break in this one. Is that too wide? Oh, it just curves. Where are you, screwdriver? All right. Then I'm going to put another strip on this side, and the leftover I'll put up there. Like we did for the, whatever those are called. Yeah. And this could go on this. This is perfect. So I saw a 3090 hydrocopper kingpin that came up on eBay. I saw it yesterday, and it's from actually my hometown in New Jersey, which is crazy. So I sent the guy a message and put like made an offer on it. So maybe I'll get that too. And I'll maybe sell this one. It's a 3090 Kingpin Hydro. Overpaste? Nah, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna not try to overpaste, that's for sure. That was weird. Alright, so we got this row, that, and that. Let me move forward with this video and see what he does.
So after I install my thermal pads, I do add some more thermal putty, and I add it to both sides. And this was the side that we discussed, that the inside of this part does touch the active plate, but the chokes don't. So I kind of put the thermal pad on there with the thermal putty, hoping maybe that it'll allow it to get a little bit of contact and pull some of the heat over that does touch the active plate.
He doesn't even put paste on
so
the.
you just cut these down
whatever
the sides
these are.
and you put the rest of your thermal putty on. These are the memory chips, and
Memory chips.
we want to make sure that they're cut to size, so when you do put that block on, it allows it to fit correctly. You don't want it to be all cut, jagged and stuff. You can see through the block when you pick up the actual GPU. You want them to be fine line cut. You want it to look halfway decent too.
Alright, so I'm assuming these things, 1, 2, 3, he has pads on them. Or is it just paste? He didn't put pads on this, huh? He didn't put pads on that.
So another good trick that works is after you have all these thermal pads placed on your GPU and you go to take the water block and push it together, you want to make sure that in all them locations where you have the thermal pad that it's touching the water block. This is the way that it allows it to cool down. Well, another way you can do this too is you can add thermal putty to the top of all of it. And then when you press your water block down on it, you know that it's actively touching the thermal pads. So you know that it has contact where it needs to have contact with.
I wonder what I should do with this. He doesn't have it on here. Put it on here. He's got it on that, and I'm thinking here. I don't know about these.
It's really a good way to know that your water block and your thermal pads and your GPU has correct contact in all locations, because we went over this, and even for me, this was a new water block and not like a regular easy water block with thermal pads already installed. We want to make sure 100% that we're not going to burn our card up, that our thermal pads, our water block, our GPU has contact. This is how this card cools down. It's the only way it cools down. And the thermal putty on top of the thermal pads will allow you to know that this has direct contact. So basically, this is probably the most important part of installing this, is when you put this GPU on the water block, you want to look inside and you want to see if it has contact. Now, sometimes you can't see all the way down, so lift your card, make sure that you can see your thermal paste, make sure that it looks like it has been squashed down and has a little bit of pressure on it, that there is contact on this water block. It's the most important thing. You have to make sure that this water block has contact. I know that I went around in a circle with this, but if you put this whole thing together and it doesn't have contact in all of them design spots, it's not going to cool down. It will not cool down. So we look good here. We're good to go. Like I said, the 1mm did work. And then add a little bit of thermal putty, just a little bit of extra. And now, pro tip on this Biski, if you're not familiar with it and you're moving it around a lot, the LED lights on the bottom of this Biski water block, they're very fragile. They're soldered on, and they can break real easily. So me personally, I took the 2 screws out and then took that actually off so I wouldn't have an issue with busting the LEDs on the water block.
Yeah, he's way ahead of me.
You don't have to do it, it's not required, but it makes it easier to not mess. It should be. Personally, I think the putty works, and basically, if you load it on there, and then you apply your thermal pads to the locations needed, as long as it touches the block and the GPU where it's designed to touch, it's gonna cool it down. The next step is you're gonna put thermal paste on the chip, and as you can see, I apply it with the paintbrush. You can do it with the little putty knife, you can do it with your finger. As long as you apply an even coat over the chip, and it has contact
I want to
with the
see
block,
again what
you
he's
should be good to go.
putting it on. Exactly.
Bysky wins. We'll leave it at that.
All right,
Let's get started on this. So the first thing you're gonna do is
Because
1
I don't
millimeter.
think this here
That's what I'm using, and I've tried it the
should
other
have
way.
it,
And I'm telling you,
according to him.
the 1.5 or the 1.8, I think they give you, according to the instructions, will not work. It's too much of a thermal pad. You do not get contact using it. So basically 1 millimeter on all of it. And then whatever you have the gap on, the rest, me, personally, I use this putty right here. The putty works great. You know, if you're off a little bit, it's going to allow that contact. It's going to allow the heat to go up and absorb into the box wherever the thermal pads are failing at. So me personally, I paint it on there. Some people like to get a little messy and dirty. I get a little paintbrush and paint it on there. Now on this water block, it does not cool the choke. Actively, it does not cool it. This water block is basically designed to not even land on the active plate for the choke. So,
choke the chicken.
Personally, I think the putty works, and basically, if you load it on there, and then you apply your thermal pads to the locations needed, as long as it touches the block and the GPU where it's designed to touch, it's gonna cool it down. The next step is you're gonna put thermal paste on the chip, and as you can see, I apply it with the paintbrush. You can do it with the little putty knife. You can do it with your finger. As long as you apply an even coat over the chip and it has contact with the block, you should be good to go.
Personally. Alright, I'm gonna...
Okay. And I've tried it the other way, and I'm telling you,
one more time.
The 1.5 or the 1.8, I think they give you, according to the instructions, will not work. It's too much of a thermal pad. You do not get contact using it. So basically 1 millimeter on all of it. And then whatever you have the gap on, the rest, me, personally, I use this putty right here. The putty works great. You know, if you're off a little bit, it's going to allow that contact. It's going to allow the heat to go up and absorb. Paint it on there.
All the little ones.
Now on this, does not cool it. This water block is basically designed to not even land on the active plate for the choke. So personally, I think the putty works, and basically if you load it on there and then you apply your thermal pads to the locations needed, as long as it touches the block and the GPU where it's designed to touch, it's gonna cool it down. The next step is you're gonna put thermal paste on the chip, and as you can see, I apply it with the paintbrush. You can do it with the little putty knife. You can do it with your finger. As long as you apply an even coat over the chip and it has contact with the block, you should be good to go.
That looks pretty thick. It's gonna ooze out.
Okay, perfect. We applied the thermal paste. and we're gonna put our thermal pads on now. And all your pieces should be cut down to size.
Alright, so I put it on those little chips.
You should be able to cut it to the exact size that needs to be cut. You just kind of put it on there, you fit it to it, and then you just adjust it. If you gotta cut a little shorter, you put it down. But I am using 1mm for this water block. I know it came with thicker pads. They don't work. I've tried it. They just don't work. So we went over this. I'm just reiterating and letting everybody know that they will not work. 1mm is the key here.
We'll see.
So after I install my thermal pads, I do add some more thermal putty, and I add it to both sides. And this was the side that we discussed that the inside of this part does touch the active plate, but the chokes don't. So I kind of put the thermal pad on there with the thermal putty, hoping maybe that it'll allow it to get a little bit of contact and pull some of the heat over that does touch the active plate.
Put it there and there.
So you just cut these down to size and you put the rest of your thermal putty on. These are the memory chips, and we want to make sure that they're cut to size so when you do put that block on, it allows it to fit correctly. You don't want it to be all cut, jagged and stuff. You can see through the block when you pick up the actual GPU. You want them to be fine line cut. You want it to look halfway decent too. So another good trick that works is after you have all these thermal pads placed on your GPU, and you go to take the water block and push it together, you want to make sure that in all them locations where you have the thermal pad that it's touching the water block. This is the way that it allows it to cool down. Well, another way you can do this too is you can add thermal putty to the top of all of it, and then when you press your water block down on it, you know that it's actively touching the thermal pads. So you know that it has contact where it needs to have contact with. It's really a good way to know that your water block and your thermal pads and your GPU has correct contact in all locations, because we went over this, and even for me, this was a new water block and not like a regular easy water block with thermal pads already installed. We want to make sure 100% that we're not going to burn our...
Alright, he's going to put that on, so I guess I take them off here, because it'll be too thick. This actually fits on this probably perfectly. And that's on there. I'm not sure if this one needs it. Then I'll take this, or I'll take this one off and put it on here. Oops, not that. It's way too long though. Pretty sure that's everything he's got that on. So this is just throw in the garbage. Got too far ahead. Alright, so I'm going to put a little more paste on these 22s and then the main chip. And let's see. All right. Oh, I could spread it with this actually. That looks good, actually. Oh, and then he puts it on top too, huh? Of these pads. Oh, should I put let me put this for you guys. Let's hope it works. So Shadow, you should hype up this ghost hunt. Let everybody know about it. Here we are. Fliggity! Welcome in. Good to see you. We're water blocking at 3090. Look at all those bombs go off. Here's the here's that 3090. Let me give you a shout out. So we're water blocking this 3090. Here's the back plate that was on it. And here's the fan and radiator. So I got that off. Got that off all the way down to the board. Here's the board, and I just pasted it and thermal padded it. So here, I don't know if you could see. I hope your stream was good, Fliggity. This is my first time doing a water block. So it should be fun. I'm at the point now where I could drop the top of the water block on now. Then we're going to have to do the other side of this. That needs some pasting and thermal pads. And there, this water block I got encases it, so it's on both sides. It's a Bixby water block. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to let me get the top of it, and then I'm gonna put more paste. I'm gonna put paste on top of these pads. All right, so here's one half. Here's the back plate. That's the back plate, and that's got water flowing through. And stick it here. Here's the other half. That's the other half. This is what goes on top of this. And this has a lot more liquid going through it. Pretty heavy, actually. A heck of a lot heavier than the GPU with the fans. Check your temp and your tire pressures, Shadow says. Check your temps and your tire pressures. Should I check my temps on my video card and CPU? every 5 minutes. Shadow. Alright, I'm putting a really thin dusting. I didn't check my temps yesterday, but I did check my tire pressures. They were all good. I went to Brake Masters 15 times yesterday to check my tire pressures. Always check your tire pressures. Because if they're not all even, you might get sent to the loony bin. Right. Everybody knows about tire pressures. See, Rupee Master checks his tire pressures every time he's in the car. The tire pressure thing's an OCD thing my brother does. He'll take his car to Brake Masters and have them check his tire pressures about 5 times a day. So this looks all nice and gooped up. Looks to spec. Alright, let's watch this guy put his top on and we'll duplicate it. He knows what he's talking about. Redeem. We got a barcode redeem. Here, I'll do it this way. There it is. There's your barcode redeem. Ooh, I don't want that on there. That's hot. Okay. Sounds like a guy you work with, except his doctor check his cholesterol weekly. And he doesn't have high cholesterol. That's OCD right there. All right. Oh, all right. So we're watching this guy. I need coffee. I might take a little break, a 2-minute break while I brew a cup of coffee. After we watch this guy do put his top water block on.
Card up. That our thermal pads, our water block, our GPU has contact. This is how this card cools down. It's the only way it cools down. And the thermal putty on top of the thermal pads will allow you to know that this has direct contact. So basically, this is probably the most important part
Shoot, I missed him
of
doing
installing this is when you put this GPU on the water block, you want to look inside and you want to see if it has contact. Now, sometimes you can't see all the way down, so lift your card, make sure that you can see your thermal paste, make sure that
one of his pads came off.
it has been squashed down and has.
I don't think he has a pad right here.
There is contact on this water block.
This little chip.
It's the most important thing. You have to make sure.
I think
that
he
this
just
water
has
block
paste.
Contact. I know that I went around in a circle with this, but if you put this whole thing together and it doesn't have contact in all of them design spots, it's not going to cool down.
It's not going to cool down.
It will not cool down.
Will not.
So we look good here.
Not going to cool
Good to
down.
go. Like I said, the 1mm did work. And then adding a little bit of thermal putty, just a little bit of extra. And now, pro tip on this Biski, if you're not familiar with it and you're moving it around a lot, the LED lights on the bottom of this Biski water block,
it's biscuit.
They're very fragile.
It's not
They're
bike
soldered on, and they can break real easily. So, me personally, I took the 2 screws out and then took that actually off so I wouldn't have an issue with busting the LEDs on the water.
Busta Rhymes.
You don't have to do it. It's not
Busta
required,
Rhymes.
but it makes it easier to not mess that up.
Busta Rhymes.
Okay, in order to install the first part of the tutorial and go through how to install.
Where was I?
I don't tighten nothing down.
I was here, right?
In order to install the first part of the.
All right. Let's see, how am I going to line this up? Do these screws correspond to anything? I would think so. Right there. Right there. I'm going to press it. Personally, I think this went fairly well so far, personally. Let's see, how's it look? What the? These things aren't touching anything. What the? All right, that's touching good. These aren't touching anything. This white isn't touching anything.
has contact. This is how this card cools down.
Hey, Jodo.
It's the only way it cools down. And the thermal putty.
Before the 3090, I was using everything under the sun. I had a 2080 Ti. I tried a 3060 Ti, and actually Wingnut's got that 3060 Ti. Then I had a 3080 Ti Hydro, Hydro Copper, so it was already built from EVGA. That 3080. So now I got a 3090 with fans and this water block because I just wanted to do it and put it together. And that whole row here is untouched. Yeah, that 3080 Ti caused so many problems for me. Everything else is good. Even these are being touched. I think. Actually, no, they're not being touched either. And if this needs thermal pad on it, it needs like triple layered thermal pad. Everything else is good. Actually, there's no paste on this, so this needs to be thicker for sure. So small I can't see it. Looks like Jado. Lucivision gifted to Jado. Thank you for the to get this. I think I actually drag this here. Nope. Oh no, probably the internet's being stupid. Yeah, Comcast is garbage internet. Let's see this. I could probably up the thing now. I probably can't do it while I'm streaming now. Bring it up to 4,000. Let's see if he'll let me. Kilobytes. Bitrate. Yeah, I can't do it while I'm streaming. Alright, let's take a few minute break so I can brew coffee and think why this isn't touching. So I will be right back. All right. Let's see. CPU's at 100. What's using this here? I wonder. What is using the GPU? See, what is this? Firefox. All right. And desktop window manager, of course. All right. So, so this here, this gray strip and this gray strip need to touch here. They have to touch because on the fan block, you see it definitely touched. But now, why is there such a humongous block or a humongous gap? I think it needs thermal pads. I think they need thermal pads. There's a much bigger distance here than here. Way bigger. And on his, let's see. So he puts that, does he, let's see what it looks like when he takes it off again. Let's see. What happened to the music?
On the water block. You don't have to do it, it's not required, but it makes it easier to not mess that up. Okay, in order to install the first part of the water block, you're going to need 4 screws. The 4 screws that you use, they come with 4 washers and they come with 4 springs. Now, in order to do this part, you're going to want to screw in one side just a little bit. Don't screw it down. Don't tighten it down all the way. You're going to screw it in just enough for it to grab it. And then you're going to move yourself around.
Back up.
I go in across.
I smell flowers. Why do I smell flowers?
That you use, they come with 4 washers. Familiar with it and you're moving it around a lot. The LED lights on the bottom of this Biski water block.
Oh, look.
They're very fragile.
He's got a humongous gap too. Yeah, he's got a big gap too. You see that? It's a really big gap right here. Like I have. It's not touching. You want to water cool your new PC, your GPU? I don't know. Doing it the way I'm doing it right now is probably the hardest. Instead of buying it already already done by whoever you're getting it off. That's for sure. But then I see people that water cool with soft tubing, and that's not really too hard. You probably could do it with soft tubing. I did hard tubing. Um, I'll show you in here. This is all. Let's see if you'll be able to see. This is all hard tubing in here. I spiraled those. It's all hard tubing. It's pretty tough work. I had to jerry rig that little telephone looking thing to connect while I had the fan type of cooling in. So it's pretty tough work, hard tubing it. I love it. I love doing it, but it's tough. Yeah, and then you have to buy a pretty much like a water block reservoir. Then you need a pump. Um, you definitely want a few spinners in there to make sure the liquid's flowing. I have a liter per hour and temperature um, sensor, and it alarms if the liters per hour or temperature is no good. The tubing, what really is outrageously priced are the little connectors. They're crazy pricey. They're almost close to like $10 a piece, $8 a piece. And you need like 20 of them. The radiators, you need those.
Showed Donna the failed attempt at the spiral?
Yeah, it makes it look really good. What?
Did you show Donna the failed attempt at the spiral?
If you want to see my first attempt at a spiral with the hard tubing, I made the coil too tight.
Well, you had a mold that was too tight.
So, this is it here. It's almost like an actual spring.
Yeah.
But what was wrong is it's just too tight. So you have to put this rubber piece in. Otherwise, the tube collapses in on itself when it's heated. And I couldn't get this tube out.
Because you're supposed to do it a little bit at a time.
Yeah, I should have done it a little at a time and pulled it out as you go.
And this amount of tubing here is the same amount of tubing as those coils end up being, right?
Yeah. And it would have taken up way too much tubing being so tight.
Not to mention the water flow would have been really right?
The what?
The water flow would have been really bad.
No.
Through the small tube.
Nah.
No,
the tube's the same size. It's just too tightly spiraled.
You don't think that having more spirals would have made it slower?
No.
Okay.
So spreading out those spirals to what I have now has made it much using way less tubing. And the tubing, it's not too much. It's like, I think it's about $5 per tube, and the tube's like, I don't know, 4 feet long, 3 feet long.
3 feet long. I don't think it's like 4 feet.
So yeah, look at this video up here. He's got a huge gap too. So what do you do? Why'd he even paste it? So he's got the same thing going on that I got. So what do we do? Let me just type, because I think those have to be, let's see. It's on the metal plate. I think it's Bixby screwed up. That's what I think. So I might just put some pretty thick ass thermal pads and make it touch. So what I'm talking about is how much higher this is than here. Pretty hard to see, but that shouldn't be so much of a difference from here next to it. Because look at the difference here with the fan assembly from here to here. It's not such a deep indentation. So Bixby fucked it up. So we're gonna just use thermal pads to gap the distance. I mean, what else could I do? Unless I take the thermal pads off here and just have thermal pads here. Let's call in the engineers. Who's an engineer? I don't know what kind of engineer we need, but wait, I shouldn't put these away. No, actually, that's getting rid of these won't do anything because there's pads here and that's gonna gap it anyways. So we just need to build this up for this. So we need pads and probably freaking double it up. All right. First, before I forget, let me put some GUI on the chip. It needs to be double thickness. Always a problem. I always have a problem. I'm being tested all the time. But whatever. I've accepted that's how it has to be. Wow, we're out of this paste. All right, let me put this on just to see if it's touching the chip now. It better be. Where did you go? Yikes, I almost dropped it. There it is. All right. I'm surprised he didn't notice that that's not touching. They like machined way too much out of it. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. All right. There we go. Definitely touching now. So I guess just get some thick thermal pad going. I don't know if that's going to even be enough. Oh, I was going to search, see if anyone says anything. Bixby order. What is this called again? Order what? Block. That's it. Order block 3090. FTW3 Ultra. Let's see. Bixby full coverage GPU water block and back plate. There's a full coverage GPU water block and back plate. $3090 FTW3 Ultra. That's it. So, what is this? How to install a 3090 EVGA FTW Ultra. It says I watched this guy. Did I watch him? I don't remember this guy. Is this the guy that I'm watching right now? Let me see. Yeah, this is who I'm watching right now. All right, have a good one, Mr. McT. Is the stream lagging still? Or freezing or stuttering? Slung thermal pads for water block. The gap between the VRMs and the block is probably at least 5 to 6 millimeters, maybe more. You'd likely need to use some kind of copper shim. Oh my god. I'm getting ready to put a big ski water block in there. It did not come with the instructions, and the stuff online is a bit meh. I read in different places that there are extra areas to make sure to have thermal pads on, but for this card, but it wasn't just specific. Anywhere the block is raised would usually demand a thermal pad. Perhaps you can compare blah blah blah. I was picked up on eBay. I have similar questions. It appears there are 6 thick purple strips that I assume are for the VRAM on both sides, but there is also a very thin pad, approximately 1-inch square, caps on the back side of the GPU. Do I need to order additional thermal pads to supplement? Side, I am a bit disappointed with this block. Doesn't contact the VRMs at all. All the other installed videos for the other block manufacturers do. Wait, it really doesn't contact the VRMs? Do you have any photos? I don't I installed it last night. To be honest, I'm not sure. I had read in another thread where someone was remarking how it was strange that the block doesn't touch the large square components that are gray. Let's see, VR RAM, but it does have more than an adequate job. None of my VRAM goes above 74C, and that's at 132 megahertz. What's the temp out of VRMs? As far as I know, they are labeled power in GPU-Z. According to the Germans, they only use 2mm pads. If I want to stick more pads on to active cool the voltage regulators, do you have an estimate what size pads? I wouldn't know if that's possible. The area that would touch the VRMs, large rectangular gray boxes, if that's what they are, is sort of scalloped out of the block. It's just extensions. Yep. 5 to 6 millimeters, maybe more. You would likely need to use some kind of copper shim in pads. Well, since the forum rules don't allow any cursing, all I can say is that's unfortunate. Even longer to get a water block. How hard can it be to develop a word for a card that's out there since 4 months? With the thermal putty, I ordered 30 grams of this stuff for about 15 US dollars. If you would like, I could post a link on the product. Just for peace of mind, I'm going to cover my VRMs with this stuff so they will make contact. I'd appreciate that. I'm not dying to pull apart the block after my struggles last night, but I suppose most of the learning is done now. So covered with a goopy thermal putty. Okay. Here's the link to the thermal putty. Let's see where that takes us. A German Amazon. Computer systems repair service data recovery thermal paste for thermal pad replacement. Huh. I think I probably should put the pads on and this. Thermal paste. K5 Pro thermal paste. GPUs. K5 Pro. Let's look in USA Amazon. K5 Pro. All right, so K-5 Pro thermal paste. Viscous thermal paste. There it is. Wednesday. Pro viscous paste. Saturday. Prime 2-day. Holy crap. Friday. Wonder if computer store in town here would have it, like SWS. They're even still around. Or maybe I should put double pads and see how high we get. I can get these out. Crazy, crazy. Let's see. I'll put it on here. All right. There goes the Xbox turning itself on again. The ghost Xbox player. Curious to see how far off this is now. Oh, I did throw out a big chunk too. I do have it. Whew. It reeks of alcohol though. Right, how much? Let's put it on here and just go from there. Music's pretty funny. Where's my... If I could get this to touch with doubling up pads, I'll be satisfied. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go get a whole big chunk of paste or putty. We shall see. Yeah, every day, like every single day and throughout the day, the Xbox just turns itself on. I say it's the ghost playing the Xbox. I guess it's updating. It's kind of neat how it does it itself. That did close up quite a bit of the gap. Sure did. All right. Let's see what that did. So I'm going to put it on and see if we get any of this gray goop on here. If we do, we're good to go. So let's see. Here we go. All right. Let's see. There we go. Nope. Nope. It's not touching. It looks close, but it's not touching. There's no gray goop from here on here. So I don't think I have Ghostbusters game. I think we're SOL for this. Being able to finish this. Because now I have no pads. I have no pads for the back. Hmm. So I'm gonna need thermal paste or putty and like a crap load. Let's see if SWS. Would this come off? Oh, it's here. SWS computers. There it is. Shop SWS. Let's see, when are they open? Monday, 10 to 6. All right. Um, I would think they'd have putty and shit like that, right? I have to go there tomorrow. In the meantime, I think this stuff I put on now is going to dry up and I'm going to have to clean it off. So, unfortunately, we can't finish this. Because this water block was designed horribly and incorrectly. I don't think Best Buy would have it, and almost all their stores are closed. But let me put it on again and let's see what the gap looks like. Now, it's a known problem. They talk about it. Yeah. I just dropped it, but I dropped it in a perfect spot, so. Let's see what the gap is. Yeah, it needs like one more pad. One more pad and then it'd be good. Yeah, they didn't design it right. That's for damn sure. Mm. No. If I'm pressing it where, yeah, see where the thing all the way goes to touch? Like where you would screw it in? And there's still a gap. So I'll just leave it like this, actually. Or do you think it'll dry up and I'll have a hard time pulling it apart? I wonder if Bixby thinks that like you don't really need to have the VRMs touching this plate, cooling plate. Because people have tested it with without with that gap there and not filling the gap and have okay temperatures, but like it's kind of stupid. I want it to be thermal pasted, but with doubling these pads, it's still no good. Yeah, there's quite the gap there still. And that's with pressing this all the way, like if it was tightened screw wise. Let's see, does Best Buy have this stuff? I should take this card and shove it up Big Ski's ass. Let's see. No, they don't need to know where I am. All right, Best Buy. There's like 2 Best Buys left in all of Tucson. They got rid of the Oro Valley one. So there's just one by Rudisil, or what the hell's that road? Fort Lowell? No, not Fort Lowell. The one the mall's on. And then the one across from Park Mall. Geek Squat. Alright, let's see. Let's see if it shows thermal putty. Oh, come on with wanting to know where the fuck I am. Piss off. Thermal putty. Nothing for thermal putty. I want to get this done tomorrow because Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday I work. Typically. Corsair. Ugh. Central Electronics Toolkit. Oh, that's dorky. Thermal take. Thermal grease. Let's see, how about oh, Southwest Tucson still has a store too, huh? East Tucson, that's on Broadway, and then Tucson I thought should be, if I don't know why it says I'm there. Let's do 4. Let's do Tucson. All right, at Tucson. So they have Corsair and then this stupid kit. How about thermal? Let's see, how much is that? I bet it's tiny, huh? TM30 performance paste. XTM50 high performance paste. That's probably the one I'd get. Double the price. How big of a tube? Let's see, this one's... It's worth waiting, yeah. I don't know how fast it dries. 45 minutes away. No, well, there's Best Buy close, but it's midnight. And there's SWS. SWS has to have this stuff. They're like, have everything computer. How big are you? I want to say how much fucking ounces or something. A piece of crap. Reviews, questions and answers. I'm sure someone says how much is in this stupid tube. Yeah, how much thermal paste is being sold here? 5 grams. 5 freaking grams. Which one did I look up? This? Alright, how much grams in this one? I'm sure someone asked the same question. Geeky Squad. Oh wait, I want questions and answers. I don't want reviews. I don't give a shit what people say about it. Questions and answers. 3 grams. Damn. That's nothing. How much did I get with this one? 4 grams. So 5 grams. Probably what I would like. At least. No, actually I want more than that. I'd probably get 2 tubes. So if SWS doesn't have what I want, I could at least get it at Best Buy. Because I don't want to wait for Amazon to deliver it Wednesday or whenever it says. Wait, what is this? I didn't see this one. It's at the East Tucson one. Tucson and East Tucson. This one's only at East Tucson. And that's K5 I'd have to wait. Thermal grease silicone. Actually, that might work. Thermal paste. Thermal pad. Oh, thermal pads. That's what I want to see. So I do want thermal pad. One more thermal pad. Or I need it for the back, actually. Thermal pad. I highly doubt Best Buy has thermal pads. I don't know what that is. Nope. So SWS. Oh. Let's see, thermal. Let's see Amazon. Here's thermal pads. 2 millimeter. Wow. 1 millimeter. 3 millimeter. Damn. Let's see this 1 millimeter. How fast I could get it. 2-day. You can't pay extra for 1 day, huh? Same day. Let's see. Thermal pad. Wow, that's 1 millimeter. Oh, it's all different sized. Thermal pads. Look at these. Thermal pad. 0.5 millimeter, 1 millimeter, or 1.5 millimeter. This is 0.51, 1.5, or 2. That's good. How long does this take? 1 day. 1 day. Free delivery April 4th. What? Today's the 3rd and it's Monday. I wonder if I could get same day, huh? No. Let's add it to the list. All right. I wish I could get that. I'll see if SWS has it. They might not have thermal pads. They'll definitely have paste. Let's see. Is there a way to search and get it same day? Get it today. Thermal. Thermal pad. Today by 10. Today by 10. So where's today by 10? It says 1 day. Oh, delivery. Get it today. Thermal Grizzly. Carbon thermal pad. Thermal right thermal pad. Heat resistant silicone thermal pads. Here we go. Thermal pad. Non-conductive heat sink cooling pad. Silicone. 0.5 millimeters though. What about thermal pad 1.5 gap filler? Ooh. $20. Prime 1 day. Well, why does it say 1 day if it's same day? It said same day. Oh. Let me pull this down a second. If I go to buy now, free 1 day ships from Amazon. Well, that's not same day, is it? That's not same day. Delivery day, get it today. Alright, so that says 1 day. This is, it says 1 day. 1 day. So I guess the only same day are these. What is this? One day. Or if picking different sized ones changes. That's one thick. I want to find same day. I don't think there is same day. One day, one day, one day, one day. Yeah, so there is no same day. One day. Usually same day they'll, if you don't meet that $25, you just pay $3. So free delivery tomorrow, April 4th, if I order within 23 hours and 21 minutes. I wonder if I ordered this just a half hour ago, if I would have been able to get it today. Let's see, what about thermal putty? Thermal putty, and we'll do the same thing. Get it today. Nothing changed. Delivery. Get it today. Moldable silicone putty, waterproof, stay pliable, high temperature resistance for plugging holes and leaking pipes. I don't want that. Let's see. One day. So this is 0.5, 1.5. Oh, 0.5, 1, and 1.5. But I won't get it till April 4th. That's not putty either. These are pads. What about putty? Maybe I'll put paste. But even the paste says one day. Let's do paste. Paste is more for CPUs. Thermal paste. Get it today. Nope, this is all one day too. I'll just see what SWS has. All right. I'm just seeing what else they say. Can you take a picture of the underside of the water block? I still haven't received mine. Thanks for the link. Been trying to find that gunk. No problem. My thermal putty did arrive. Seems to be decent stuff. Haven't used it yet. I just want to have it on hand so I can put the card back to stock when it dies. block. Looking for some input. Here's a Reddit. It looks the same in the Reddit. Yep. There's the big ass not touching. Big hole. You know what? Wait, what is this doing? Looks they made the block for taller chokes, seen on reference PCBs, same issue EK had on the XC3. Don't have to have thermal pads on them, but you can. So they don't have to, this guy says they don't have to have thermal. I've had a few big ski products over the years, never had any issues. Blocks always felt on par with the rest of the GPU. It actually looks great. IMO. No instructions were included. And only a single thickness of 6 pads included in the box. Try looking for EK's instruction in the chokes filter out unwanted frequencies in the power delivery and as such can get hot, but they can handle hot. What's more important is not having huge fluctuations in heat, and as such some blocks will cool them, and that's absolutely fine. Had the same block and message Bixski response below. The chokes don't need padding. EVGA has been going hard on the pads, slapping them on anything and everything after the GTX 1080 FTW debacle they had, which, if I can remember correctly, was due to leaving critical power components that actually produce meaningful amounts of heat. Yeah, if you don't add to meet the $25 for same day, it's like $3. Let's see. So it makes sense. I don't blame them if they can. Why not? I did read something somewhere that said those inductors don't carry heat, as you stated above. However, pads there may help with PCB heat dissipation, but nothing more. Actually getting ready to fire it up on the test bench now and run some benchmarks blocks. Looks fantastic. I actually ended up replacing the pads with 1mm rather than 2. Aside from the VRMs used at 2mm, they're still unsure on what's actually needed. On the backplate to cool the memory, as far as the thickness, use 2mm there, and it seems to be a bit much. No way, this guy made a full custom 3D printed case, start to finish. Look at this. And he made a water block. Oh. That gives me ideas for the steampunk. Actually, maybe this is what's 3D printed, and that looks like shit. This water block that looks nice. I don't think that's 3D printed. Look at that. And he's got it, this is sort of water blockish looking, or copper steampunkish. He's got copper pipe in there. I wanted to do some of that. And you don't have to weld copper pipe. You just need a blowtorch and some whatever you call that, flux or whatever that shit is. It's kind of like almost like what do you call it? Maybe flash? I can't remember what it's called. That's pretty nice. Oops. How do do I? First workable build for 3D design. I wonder if anyone made a steampunk copper build. I think for the steampunk build I do, I'm going to use this reservoir and pump instead of what I'm using, a distro plate, they call it. This is a distro plate. That's a big ass case right there. That's bigger than mine, I think. At least width wise. Oh, I want that. Look at those fucking wires. I want those wires. That's nice. All right. Ooh, this is nice. I love silver. What is this? What is that? Almost like silver. That'd be cool to have silver liquid. Ooh, that's pretty. What case is this? I like this case. I don't know what kind of case this is. I want a small case though this time. I'm gonna have to do a custom one because it needs to be copper. Here's that case again. That's cool looking. Almost of that tubing looks blue. And that's soft tubing. That's not hard. I want hard tubing. I might do like this too. One reservoir is for the GPU and one's for the CPU. Oof. That is ugly liquid. That's disgusting. Looks like beer. I don't like that. Alright. Oh, let me see how this guy does the back. Did I save this too? Yeah, it is saved. Let me see what he does for the back.
They're soldered on and they can break real easily. So, me personally, I took the 2 screws out and then took that actually off so I wouldn't have an issue with busting the LEDs on the water block. You don't have to do it, it's not required, but it makes it easier to not mess that up.
I want to see
Okay, in order to install the first part of the water block, you're going to need 4 screws. The 4 screws that you use, they come with 4 washers and they come with 4 springs. Now, in order to do this part, you're going to want to screw in one side just a little bit. Don't screw it down. Don't tighten it down all the way. You're going to screw it in just enough for it to grab it, and then you're going to move yourself around. Me, I go in a cross shape. You can do crisscross. You can do kind of like you're putting a tire on. But that's kind of the same way as how you're going to tighten it down also. You're going to kind of go around in a clockwise motion and you're going to tighten it down around in a circle. Now, me personally, I don't tighten nothing down until I have them all in. It just makes it easier. It's always been a rule of thumb. with me, and it's always worked to my advantage. So same with this.
Got a lot of greasy
Crisscross
prints
it,
on that. Like,
tighten it down, and as you can see now that I've got them all in, I'm going to tighten them all down to my best of my
I
ability.
want to see what he puts on for.
Don't wrench them down to where you
thermal.
snap your board. Obviously, that's common sense. But you do want them tight enough to where it pulls that water block into the thermal pads and makes direct contact. That's the key. Alright, moving along. The back active plate is a lot easier than the front. It's kind of cut and dry. You've got a few locations where you need thermal pad. On this, I used the stock thermal pad, and I did have complete contact with the active plate block on this situation. So yeah, you can use the ones that came in the box with this. It worked out fine. Now on the actual VRAM memory, I took little teeny pieces of, I think it was 0.5, and I just put it on there to give it a little bit of an extra, and it will have contact with the block itself when installing it. So I also added a couple little extra thermal pads. There was a few little pieces on there that it seemed feasible to add it on there, and it does have contact with the block, so hopefully that does help out cool down whatever needs to be cooled down. It's not necessary, it's just extra. So for the next part of this, so like anything, check your work. Pieces of, I think it was 0.5, and I just put it on there to give it a little bit of an extra, and it will have contact with the block itself when installing it. So I also added a couple little extra thermal pads. There was a few little pieces on there that it seemed feasible to add it on there, and it does have contact with the block, so hopefully that does help out cool down whatever needs to be cooled down. It's not necessary, it's just extra. So for the next part of
Did
this,
you put it on this one? Because it looks
so
like
like anything, check your work. You can pretty much lift the GPU up and make sure that situation. So yeah, you can use the ones that
it looks
came in
like
the
that
box
one
with
should
this.
have one.
It worked out fine. Now on the actual VRAM memory, I took little teeny pieces of, I think it was 0.5, and I just put it on there to give it a little bit of an extra, and it will have contact with the block itself when installing it. So I also added a couple little extra thermal pads. There was a few little pieces on there that it seemed feasible to add it on there, and it does have contact with the block. So
Okay, yeah, he puts it there. Ms. Mo. Man, you're still awake, Lucivision? I thought you were sleeping. We're fighting with the card. Surprise, surprise, right? The water block they made for this is not right. Ugh, dropping this. I'm not going to have enough. So they said I don't need I don't need it, but do I? Do I? Your 2070 Subaru, I didn't like it because it left the RAM chips high and dry on getting any. Yeah, exactly the same thing with this. I'm just gonna build up some pads or like goop it super thick with putty so that those chips will touch the plate. Yeah. So there's a big gap. There's a big gap. And they say, they meaning Bixby and EVGA, say they don't need cooling. But the card comes with it cooled. But you could see, like, I filled the gap with double layer pads, but here, right in here, was a huge gap. So I'm not finishing this card today because I want to get more padding. Yeah. They'll be padded, that's for damn sure. So, because look on here. Here's the back of the fans and the radiator and all that. Look at this. They were being cooled. See? They were being cooled. So why should they not be cooled with the water block? Yeah, it's like 5 mm gap. So I have a double layer of this pad, and I'm gonna put 2 more layers. But I ran out of this stuff, so I'm gonna go to the computer place tomorrow and see if I could get the pad. If not, then I could just super thick and putty it. Yeah, they do need that cooling, I agree, because if it's on this for the fan, then why, it needs it, because it's touching here. This is putty. This is so thick. Too bad I couldn't just like peel it off and use it. I wonder if I could, or if it would just crumble. I wonder if I could just reuse this putty. So I'm kind of, there's nothing more for me to do. till I get more putty or pads. Oh, I've been on this for way too long. I'm tired. I think I'm gonna call it. Yep, I need more pad for here. Definitely. Here's the back plate, which they only had cooling for here. Just kind of crazy. This stuff's kind of hard. This is putty. This isn't a pad, it's putty. That's kind of soft. It'll have to be finished tomorrow, so I'm supposed to stream tomorrow anyways. Have a good one, Jado. Have a good one for whoever's left in here. There's my Lucivision. I'll see you guys on tomorrow. After I get either putty or pad or both. If I could get both, I'll get both. But I'll get one or the other, and we'll finish this bitch. So, till tomorrow. I wonder if anyone's on to raid. Let's see. Seeing who's on. All right. Princess Jade. Let's raid her. She's playing 7 Days to Die.
Maybe there's something up on that shelf above the light switch.
Alright. We shall raid Princess Jade. So till tomorrow. See you guys then. Peace. Princess.